Hello everybody, welcome to another Monster Hunter stream and happy Friday to you guys. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. My name is Ristretto. If you've been here before, then welcome back to the stream. Thanks for being here this fine Friday evening. And if you haven't been here before, well then welcome for the first time. We're going to be playing some Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate on the 3DS. We're going to be collecting up some armor and weapons. We worked pretty hard on some armor last night, and we're almost done with at least a few of the armor sets I wanted to make. Besides that, yeah. Just gonna hang out, have a good time, listen to the Dose OST. I'm gonna give you guys some beans for showing up on time here, and jump on over to the game itself. I hope you all are doing well tonight. Pretty good coffee. Cheers to you guys. Alright. YouTube seems to be having some issues with playing kind of slowly, but that's okay. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. You can play the song. Yeah, last night we almost finished the Global set. So I'm excited to try and finish that again tonight. There we go. International Coffee Day, I guess? Yeah, that's true. FPS was saying that it is an International Coffee Day. I made a lot of coffee at work today. I'm drinking a coffee right now. I hope you guys had a nice one today, if that's something you enjoy drinking. We're getting there. Alright, I think we're gonna hunt a Baroth. We need a Monster Bone L to finish our Gobble set. Let me go ahead and set up a weapon raffle here for that. Oh, that's the page I forgot to load. Weapon raffles. Whoops. You're all good, Fog. We just started. Oh yeah, I guess I should take a moment and say hello to you guys, shouldn't I? Hello, Fog. Happy Friday. Welcome, Hyper Ray and Fish Kebab. Welcome, Ninja Frog. You fought crab all day today. What crab were you fighting, Ninja Frog? And how'd it go? Welcome, Schmo. You did a crab-themed stream. You never need to say the word crab ever again. Dude, I'll say the word crab forever. Welcome, Viotech. And Churrito SSB and Jack McBride, of course. Welcome, Benz. It's good to see you. Stuff Collector 3 Ultimate, lol. Hello, Kinesis. Welcome to you too. Welcome, Schmeg Eskimo. I think Game God's here somewhere too. Tiring day, so you're just gonna relax tonight? That's how I was feeling. I had kind of a long day too, and I was like, I'm tired. Maybe I'll take the night off from stream. And I was like, what if other people need something to relax with? So I was like, alright, I'll stream. Cheers to you guys. Welcome, Weeb with Coffee. Blue Crab, G-Rank Blue Crab, fun but enraging fight. Well, props. Go to bed? I just slept for like 6 or 7 hours. I'm still sleepy because I'm just kind of waking up from that, but I did sleep quite a bit. Alright, if you want to pick my weapon for a Baroth, that's what we're going to start off with tonight, because we need a Monster Bone L, and that's currently the only way for us to get one, is a 10% chance from the Baroth quest, weirdly enough. So, if you're here and you want to pick my weapon to start off with tonight, go ahead and type ! Take it in the chat. Unless, of course, Cha-Cha got a bone. Did you get a large bone, buddy? Probably not. Nope, he didn't get anything. That's okay. I missed what Fish Kebab said. Fish Kebab said, I hope in Rise breaking his claw makes him perma angry. Me too. Your coffee emote and your cat go really well together. They do. They do. Who drew yours? Schmo, did you draw yours? Your feline in the Slagtoth hood. Hi, Enton Boot. Gosh, Dose is so cozy. Dose music is some of the best. Some of the very best. We might just need to go out and actually fish to get the small golden fish we need for our decorations. Dazzling Gleams on Twitter. Really good emote artist. I was curious if it was the same person that did mine, which would have been G-Rank Kurapeko. But they're not the same person. That's fine, though. Cool. They did yours, too? Neat. I haven't met them. But that's really cool. at all those nullberries. We're actually getting someplace with Zenny farming because we did so many quests yesterday. Feels good, man. Okay. Progress. It does really feel like we're getting someplace. In terms of Zenny and armor and weapons, like it feels, I know we haven't fought any new monsters in a few days, but it feels really good to slowly start clawing together an arsenal of weapons and armor. Like really good, to me at least. I feel like I get a lot of satisfaction out of having decent workable setups for all the different weapons kind of stored away in our box. Gen 2 music over Gen 3 gameplay is cursed. Sorry. We listen to DOS music over all kinds of gameplay. We listen to DOS music in Rise too. But welcome 26. It will run better on PC, Fog. People will be able to brute force it. But yeah, poor Switch. Poor Switch. I mean, if it's anything like Iceborne, Fog, they'll actually optimize the game. Well, I mean, if it goes anything like Iceborne, maybe they will optimize the areas in the game that run poorly like that. Iceborne was really interesting where on PS4, even on PS4 Pro, there were some areas of the base game that ran pretty poorly. Like that game ran unlocked somewhere around like 45, 50 FPS, and some areas ran a little closer to 30, and it was really, really noticeable. And the night before Iceborne came out, or like 2 days before Iceborne came out, they put out a patch that added a lot of the features from Iceborne in the background, but they hadn't been enabled yet. And so it just kind of was things that were optimizing the game and changing a few things prior to the expansion actually going available. And that patch totally upgraded performance in a lot of those areas where it was like, wow, these areas run really close to 50 or 60 FPS on the PS4 now. That's cool. And then by the time you get to some of Iceborne's endgame areas, then those are frame droppy because they went a little hard on the designs there too. So if it's anything like that, hopefully they'll patch the game and get it to run a little better. Although the Switch is a little more anemic, so we'll see. Hello, Harsaru. How am I? I'm okay. I'm a little tired. Today was kind of a long day. But I'm happy I get to play some Monster Hunter with y'all tonight. We're going to say last call for that Baroth. If you want to pick my weapon for what we're going to warm up with tonight, go ahead and type ! ticket. YouTube's having a hard time with autoplay tonight. There we go. May you share some good vibes? Absolutely, S-Fox, you go right ahead. Yeah, feel free and share about y'all's Fridays if you'd like to. I got you, 26. I understand. We listen to all the different OSTs on top of all the different games just for fun. Long story short, you met a girl a couple of weeks ago. She told you one night that she likes you. Props, congrats. That's exciting. That's an exciting feeling. I hope you enjoy whatever comes of that. Good friendship, good relationship, whatever it may be. I wish you luck and the best. It's very surprising. I guess I don't know if I have like a well-defined opinion on if like everybody has like a soulmate out there, but I think there are people out there, no matter who you are, who will mesh well with you. There are many, many people in the world. You will find someone to mesh well with you. Well, like I said, congrats, S-Fox. That's exciting. All right, let's see what we're going to use here for our Baroth. Schmegel Eskimo, what would you like me to use for a Baroth? Hello, Cursed Blessing. It's not rigged. S-Fox, cheers. That's exciting news. Just congrats. There are lots of dogs in the world. You will mesh well with as many as you can. That is an admirable goal. Schmo doggo. It is, Jack, isn't it? It's really just some of the very best music in the series. It's so evocative of just Monster Hunter. I don't know. This is jungle? Yeah. There are not that many cave areas in Rise. You could fight him in the volcano. You could fight him in the lower volcano. You could fight him in the flood forest. That's about it. You could, I guess, technically fight him in the desert. I don't think we ever fought Shogun Sanitar in the desert in Freeman Night, although I feel like the crabs could fit in the desert pretty well. Alright, yeah, I was gonna say, Shmeg Eskimo, you win. What would you like me to use for a Baroth? The cutscene happens in the Tundra Cave? I guess that's true, we do have Tundra Cave as well. I'm just giving them one last minute here. We'll draw a new person here in a second. Alright, let's see. Draw another person here. Fish Kebab, what would you like me to use for a Baroth? The crabs would fit in the Wildspire Wasting World. I think the crabs make sense in the desert, too. Gunlance? I feel like you picked that because that's what Shmeg would have picked. Not that I mind it, though. I like our Gunlance. I thought you said Barioth? No, we haven't fought Barioth yet. I guess you fight Red Crab and Purple Crab in the desert in 4th gen. I guess you probably don't fight Shogun Sanitar in the desert at all. Interesting. Hadn't really thought about that. Hope we got our Monster Bone L from this. You won, Shmeg, but you weren't here. So I drew another person and they picked Gunlance for you. Long gun lance? This is a wide gun lance, Jack. Wide gun lance? Ew, dude, wide gun lance is the best. Yep, they did mess up the shelling types in World for basically no reason. Oh. Very important. We got the carve. We're set. Long gun lance or bust? You just said long gun lance ew, Jack. Make up your mind. You meant wide? They're all fun. They're all cool. This song seems pretty fitting, you'd say. More of Dose's OST works for me with other games than you'd think. Is wide for charged shells? I always get confused pre- and post-World Gunlance. The only one that's different is World. In every other game, wide is charged shells. Long is Wyvern Fire. What's my shell type tier list? Long top, wide medium, normal lowest. That's just like personal enjoyment. Oops. Oops. That missed. Yeah, I guess I like long and wide best because I like playing around the Gunlance's pokes and the Gunlance's upswing combos. I think they're really fluid, and there's a lot of really fun variation to be had between like poke shell, poke upswing shell, upward poke, upswing shell. Like there's tons of different variations you can do on this depending on what angle you need to attack from and how long the opening you have is. And I think it's really fun to mix together shells and pokes like that, more so than just trying to land full burst, slam, or just like slam, full burst, slam, full burst. For me, that's like boring. It's fun and it's hype when you land it, but it's repetitive, and so I don't particularly like it. Old like poke shell Gunlance and old upswing Gunlance is super varied to me. I should have just poked once and then blocked. That mud move is rigged. Yeah, I think Wormstake adds a lot to Long. I feel like Long with Wyvern Fire is kind of boring as like a style, where it's like, or as a thing to boost, where it's like the other ones get, I don't know, really drastically improved charge shelling and really drastically improved full burst, which is like stuff you can use in everyday moment, or like from in moment to moment combat. Long just getting Wyvern Fire boosted is kind of boring, but once you add Wormstake in there, it's pretty nice. I really like Wormstake in Rise, because they added the shortcut to it after a charge shell, and because they added to it after the Silkbind. It's nice. Jeez, I thought he was going to do a tail whip. I was getting ready to back hop with the tail whip. Gunlance is just really fun. I think at one point over the past year, I think specifically when we were playing 4 Ultimate, it was my favorite weapon to learn things with. Whoops. Yeah, to me, that is, like, I slowly, I had a hard time getting used to 5th generation Gunlance, pretty difficult. I still don't know if I like Worlds. The one in World in my mind is, like, really repetitive and boring, without much variation, depending on what kind of shell type you're using. Like, there's no reason to use anything but the optimal combo when you're using particular shell types, which is boring, to me at least. Rise feels a lot more varied, where like even if you're using wide or long, you still have reason to use the other one's boosted part. Like you still have reason to use Wormstake with wide, you still have reason to use charge shelling with long, etc. Well, you still have reason to use Wyvern Fire and Wormstake with wide, you still have reason to use like Full Burst with long, stuff like that. It feels a lot more varied to me, and I like that. But I do really miss forward lunge and upswing being a primary part of the kit. Upswing combos are like my favorite thing about old Gunlance. It's such an interesting move, I feel like. Not that many weapons have like, I don't know, moves that are as versatile as that one. In terms of charging in, hitting up high, comboing into quick other types of damage with the little poke and the shell. I just like it a lot. Three Gunlance is your fave. My favorite is probably still 4 Ultimates Gunlance, but this feels pretty good too. Aw. Still think World Gunlance is really fun. I need to wait and reassess it, I think, because it's been a while since I've played it, but both in my own playstyle and watching how other people played Gunlance back in World Iceborne, it really felt like people made one Gunlance build for normal, one Gunlance build for long, one Gunlance build for wide, and when they played it, they only spammed the one combo. They only spammed Poke Shell, they only spammed Charge Shell, they only spammed Full Burst Slaplanks, and it's like, that's just, I don't like how that game incentivized that so heavily. It's a bummer. It's called limiting yourself to the only optimal combo. World felt like it did that more so than the other games, I think. I know that like I don't have to do that, Vio. I know there's other ways to play the Gunlance, but it feels like that game really pushes it with how they designed the weapons kit and how they designed the actual scaling of shelling and damage. I think Rise is in a lot better place in that way. There's still optimal combos, but there's enough variation both in the weapon's moveset and in the Silk Binds that it means you still have ways to use your whole kit or more of your kit in every fight. Both as like a damage, like an option for damage at any given moment, and just... This is decent. There we go. We got our Monster Bone L. Thank you, game. You're currently playing GU, just started trying the Gunlance. You must say it's a whole different ballgame, but the weapon sure is fun to use. That's another one I don't really have a good opinion on right now. Even as I say that about World and Rise's Gunlance, take my opinion on World Gunlance with a grain of salt. I played it, and I watched other people play it, but it's been a while, so someday I'll have a more definitive feeling on it, but right now I don't. Same with GU. GU, I haven't played Gunlance and GU in a really long time, so I'm not sure how that'll feel to me. Alright. I am very happy. Very happy because we have our new armor set. That was a lot of work. There's a problem here. Those are the wrong pants. We almost have our new set. Man, that means we need at least another Gobble Fin. This set looks so cool too. Again? Look, it happens when you play Monster Hunter at like 3 in the morning. We gotta go get a fin. God, 2 nights in a row, dude. At least it looks sick. Like, we're gonna have the leggings soon, and it's... Oh, wait. Where are the arms? There we go. Okay, we have the arms. It's gonna look really sick. It happened last night, and it happened tonight. I forget what... I think we crafted the wrong Ludroth piece or something for our gunner set. So cool, though. All right, let's take off the armor. Let's go hunt a Gobble. Hi, Cresta. Hi, Quill. It's good to see y'all. I hope you guys are having a nice Friday. We fought so much Gobble recently. This music's so good, dude. Gobble's Pog. Gobble is pretty cool. It's just like I think we fought probably 6 or 7 in the last like in the last night or so. We'll see, Ninja Frog. The balance in Rise is weird. Where like I feel like the armor system is more balanced than World so far. You can still stack a lot of damage, but at least it's like, I don't know. The decorations are craftable, and they're craftable in a way that makes sense, where the ones that boost your damage are much higher slottage than the ones that are just defensive quality of life skills. 2 slots are really valuable. Where like, the Silk Binds aren't balanced. Oops. The Silk Binds aren't balanced very much at all, but like the armor's a little bit better than Iceborne in terms of balance, I think. So we'll see how it feels. Sunbreak has Crab. It's going to be Pog just for that alone. That is very true, Full Metal Dragon. We're very happy about the Crab here on this stream. That's something that I've seen people talking about Schmag. It's not specifically Claw, but do you guys think that... I mean, I guess it's going to be up to the team. Obviously not us, but for each of you guys, do you think that Rise would benefit from having another system in it? Kind of like Clutch Claw or Wyvern Riding, like another system on top of it? Or do you think that they should just build on the Wyvern Riding and the Silk Binds without adding another system in? For me, I would like them to stick with what they've got. Hey FPS, welcome. Mechanic bloat is bad. I think Rise's set building is much more varied. The Silk Binds aren't balanced at all, but set building feels... Oh, and scrolled out of the view. Hang on. Set building feels much more meaningful now. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I hope they keep that balance when they get to Sunbreak as well. Yeah, I think they've got room to grow with the Silk Binds and with the... The Wyvern Riding. I think they can develop both of those mechanics, and Rampages. I think they can develop all 3 of those to be meaningfully better and more, like, I think they're already pretty decent in all of those systems, and I think that they could balance them and make them meaningful in Sunbreak. We'll see if they do. There's never going to be a perfectly balanced Monster Hunter game ever, but we'll see how they do. I'm pretty happy with Rise's balance in general. I know that the Silk Binds are pretty egregious and make some weapons really, really busted, whereas some others aren't. And just the fact that damage is kind of heavily weighted towards Silk Binds in general feels kind of bad. But in general, I really like that game a lot. I know you want that fish kebab, but I think it'll be there. Fish, you found like every opportunity to be like, aha, it's not taking place in Kimura. That means no more rampage. It's like, I don't think so, dude. I don't really think Base World set building was that much more balanced, Fog. Base World set building was Draken, dude. Yeah, I think that if they just went with less mechanics that pull you out of the gameplay loop, Kinesis, and just made more hunts more difficult, I think that would be a better system. We basically have Draken sets in Rise. I think the stuff, I mean, I know that you can still stack a lot of damage in Rise, Fog, but it's a lot more balanced in terms of set building. In terms of like how many things you can stack on how many sets and how you obtain those skills, it feels a lot better to me. I know that like Crimson Glow Valstrax's set is pretty busted, but you meant Base World without patches, that game doesn't exist anymore. And that game only existed for a set amount of time, in time. And it's not a full picture of how their difficulty like design was, or how their scaling and like balancing design was. That is not a thing that exists anymore. Hello, IRB, good job. That's like saying in 3-star village of 3U, I really like the balance. It's like, okay. How about 4-star village though? Is that that's kind of what you were hoping for in balance? Okay, I gotcha. Why aren't there any event armor in Rise yet? Imagine Star Knight again or something similar. There isn't event armor in Rise because the team has clearly moved on to developing the expansion, unfortunately. And there's a few pieces of event armor, they're just nothing interesting like Star Knight. I think so too, Global. Yeah, I don't know. I think Rise's set building is in like a better place than World or Iceborne ever was, personally. But it's not like, it's not perfect either. We didn't fail. I think it would be really nice for them to have a game where they didn't have any particular gimmicks or anything. It is Koi Chocobo, how you doing? Traded again. Oh god. Traded and got stunned. It's fun to trade with him on that move. Whoa, okay, and we're fine. Anyways, I'm sorry. I feel like we brought up some 5th generation stuff and I'm just kind of like foisting my opinion out, which is not particularly interesting. I think that I really appreciate some of the changes they made to the armor system in Rise. I think it'll be interesting to see how that scales into Master Rank in that game. Oh hey, we know that noise. I don't want to just like, I don't know, I think it's intensely boring if I just sit here and go like, no, these are my opinions. So, if I was doing that, I'm sorry. Do you think his backspec should apply some sign of status? Not with how big those moves are and how hard they're able to get around them. Oops. Ah! How dare you have an opinion? It's more just how I was handling it, Nifrius. just disagreeing with folks and not giving much like reasoning why and not really engaging in discussion is a boring way to be, I think. That's all. I didn't feel like I was doing a great job of it. It's been too long for me since I've played World and Iceborne set build or armor systems, and I didn't explore them in full. I didn't even make all of those crazy meta-breaking sets. So, while I have an opinion on it, I probably should step back and just be like, I really like how Rise was. I hope they make it feel like Rise does. Probably he's gonna turn towards us. I personally like set bonuses. Anything that makes you lock into certain armor choices and makes you have to think about what you're putting together, and not just like, well, we slap together every piece I want, put in every deco I want, we're done. Like anything that adds more layers to set building, I think is interesting. So I like set builds, or I like old school set building, where you have to have a certain amount of things add up properly. Blue draw. He backed away into the zone. I think that was more a problem with the actual set bonuses being too broken. I think having different skills or different bonuses being tied to certain subsets of armor and having to pick and choose whether you want your set to be based around Teostra versus Kushala versus Valstrax is interesting. It's just like you can't make one over-centralizing. You can't make one negate a core tenet of the game like sharpness, while also being like very, like, I don't know, being very synergistic with the best damage dealing skill in the game. Or with the best damage dealing mechanic in the game with crit. Yeah, I thought Volcano's was good. Volcano's set bonus was good. Oh, I thought he was just gonna come back out. Oops. I actually don't know much about the Fatalis set. I never made it, never fought Fatalis. Like I said, I never made all the meta busting sets. I never made Draken. I had opinions on that, especially at the time, but I never made all of them. So, I feel like you should take my opinions with a grain of salt. Yes, we got the fin. We're good. Hell yes. Thank you, game. Now we can fix our screw up and we can go finish making global armor. Whoops. I meant to do a strong charge and I screwed it up. That move is so cool underwater. Oops. Ah. Walking into the damage. And he's limping away. I was hoping to try and stop him from limping away, but I couldn't. This song is so goofy. speedrunning is the only thing you value, obviously it's going to come down to one single set. I don't think that's obvious. I feel like in most other games that has not been the case. It's just been the case in World. I mean, like, you're going to have one single set for your particular use case, but it's going to change based on every hunt. And I think that's still the case with a lot of speedrunning. I don't know. But it has not been the case in every game that, like, for most weapons, there's like a single set that you can use and just be like, yep, that's the only set you need. There's been good options, but I think things have been more varied in some of the older games. What? Ah, Ludroth. Yeah, but usually there won't be a single answer across the entire game's worth of armor, Gustotron, that's all. Like, clearly you're going to be optimizing for, like, a best set if you're going for speed. I feel like most people are going for speed in one way or another, but I don't know. There just being one set for that is pretty boring. Hello, Kambushi. Have a rank list for all the Monster Hunter games? Not for me personally. I think other people have, like, lists like that. I try and just pick out things from each game to appreciate about each of them rather than try and focus on which one's like my favorite or whatever. I think they all have different things that make them unique and interesting. Hello, Big G. You too. Well, we got our fin, so we're good. I am ready to be done hunting gobble. We have fought a lot of gobble over the last day. Just don't get the complaint of no variety when the context is that only speed matters. I don't think that that's... I think it's just like... It's less about that... It's less about that people aren't using skills like recovery up, and it's more that, like, if speed matters to you, there should be multiple things to consider. Not just like, here's the one answer that you use for 99% of things, which is a bummer. How are you enjoying underwater combat? Okay. I think it's too early for me to really have an opinion on it quite yet. So far, I like the fights I've done underwater, like Gobble and a little bit of Lagiacrus and Ludroth, but there are some things I'm still getting used to. Got several. We got 2 fins this quest. That's really nice. Thank you, game. That is because Iceborne has fixed charms? No, I'm not talking about like different... I'm not talking about people having to use different armor pieces to obtain the same skill set. I mean there being different skills that you'd use depending on what monster you're fighting. Like there is some stuff in the old games where you can centralize really heavily, but like every weapon in the game shouldn't use the same, like mostly the same skills. And mostly the same set because of it. It's not just because of charms being crafted on Iceborne, it's just that game has incredibly over-centralized damage around crit and crit boost and Master's Touch and Handicraft. Well, not Handicraft, but Master's Touch. Who needs Handicraft when you got Master's Touch? Okay, let's not make the gunner version this time. Okay. We finally finished it. Mm-hmm. Okay, I have a question for folks who fought Fatalis and made the Fatalis set. Frontier music? This is Dose music, but pretty close, Demon Coup. In the old games, say Free Me Night, some of the Fatalis armor was pretty strong as well. Some of the strongest stuff in the game. Not many people wore it because of how hard it was to make, and so it was kind of like balanced in that nature, where like it was really difficult to get, so it kind of felt better when it was really strong. Does Iceborne's Fatalis set grind feel anything like that, where it's very difficult to make, and so it feels worthwhile by the time you're done? I mean, it is in Frontier because Frontier is basically DOS, Demon Coup, but yeah. You can do it without even beating Fatalis. Okay, never mind then. I was gonna posit like, maybe that's okay that it feels really strong because it's like the final endgame set, blah, blah, blah. But if you can just cheese it without, like with part breaks and stuff, without ever... without ever having killed the monster, that's pretty lame. Is it better to find gear you want to craft and work towards it, or just fight monsters you want to fight and craft what you can? You're going to need at some point to find gear you want to make and work towards it. Because without making or upgrading any gear, you're going to run into monsters that are really tough for you. Whether it's like you have bad sharpness and it's hard to deal with that, or this monster has a certain type of damage that you're going to have a hard time avoiding if you don't have a skill that negates it or something like that. So you're going to have to at some point pick gear to make that will like either be generally useful or will counter the monster that you're having a difficult time with. At this point in the game where I'm at, where it's like low rank, it doesn't really matter too much what I use. I could use something that has almost no damage skills. I could use things that have damage skills. As you go through the game, you're going to want some damage skills. So whether that's something that keeps your sharpness up or boosts attack or gets you crits, like it's important to have some of that on your sets, or boosts element if that's what you're going for. But earlier on in the game, it doesn't matter as much. As you get further into the game and it's taking longer and longer to kill monsters, you'll want to try and invest in a set that's like or multiple sets for different weapons that are a mixture of like, hey, it's got the skills I want for quality of life, whether that's like increased healing or speed sharpening, but then also has damage boosts to it too that will help you kill monsters the way you want to. You can Gaijin Hunter it. Oh no. Well, that's a bummer. Like I said, I was thinking about trying to posit that like, hey, it's like the final set of this massive game that they were developing for years. It's a hard set to get, so maybe it's okay if it's broken. But if it's not difficult to get the set, you don't even have to complete the fight, then I don't feel that way. All right, so here's our new Blade Master set. It has Crit Eye 1, Olympic Swimmer, Speeding +1, Speed Sharpening, and Recovery Speed -10. I didn't realize that was going to be on there. Why do we have... Wow, Expert +12. That's a bummer. Oh well, Recovery Speed -1. That's what we're going to work with this guy, I guess. Olympic Swimmer, though? Yeah, you know it. Just wanted to use something that you wouldn't normally see. Normally what you'd make at this point in the game is Jaggy because it has good damage, or good attack up skills on it, but I wanted to use something different. Go Bull. Okay. I feel like people are going to name off some of the 140 monsters in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate and some of the Deviant monsters in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate Gustatron for being fights that are not just difficult to deal with, but also difficult to, like, last through. Because Fatalis, from what I've seen, looks really difficult to deal with, and that it's very reactive. You have to kind of deal with all of its moves and learn to react to them very quickly. It's like the epitome of World's fight design. But from what I've seen, it doesn't seem to be a huge endurance battle. You have to survive through it long enough to actually kill it. And I say this having not fought the damn thing. But I don't know. Doesn't look the same to me as some of those classic, like, really difficult fights. Skiffy, I don't want to hear that from you. Mount spamming a monster isn't skill. Like, Gogmazios isn't super difficult once you learn its patterns, but stun, like, mount spamming a monster to death isn't interesting, and isn't a good way of assessing damage, or, like, difficulty in a fight. Alright, what are we making next? Let's make the bone stuff for our horn. Big fin, sharpened fang. We're gonna need to get some fish materials, aren't we? Big fin come from Delix, I think, though. There's so many opinions on fight design popping off in the chat. Gustotron, what to you makes World Fatale or Iceborne Fatalis the hardest fight in the series? Like, what aspects of that fight make it the hardest fight for you? Is this on 3DS? It is, Nux, yeah. Crazy damage, giant hitboxes, very fast speed, great AI. Okay. How would you describe some of the other fights that we mentioned? Stuff like 140s or EX Deviants. What about those makes it, like, what about those fights make them less challenging than Iceborne's Fatalis? What do I want to hunt right now? Objectively, you can kill 140s and EX faster than Iceborne Fatalis. Which one do you think is harder to learn? Yeah, I was gonna say, this is not gonna be a particularly, like, productive conversation because everyone's gonna have different strengths and everyone's gonna have fights that test them more than others. I think the easiest way to actually compare what is, like, more difficult across the board is kind of compare the amount of damage something puts out with its speed with the moveset complexity and how long you have to fight it. That's kind of like a formula we could sort of use. I don't have the reference to be able to compare those. Like, I can't personally say I've fought any EXs or 140s or Iceborne Fatalis, so my opinion here is really worthless. I just, like, I would be shocked if Iceborne Fatalis had the same amount of complexity to learning it that something like a 140 or an EX had, where, from what I've watched of 140s, it's, like, very fast, tons of damage. The AI is decently, like, very fast that you have to get used to its tells, even if they're subtle in 4th gen. I don't know. Also, yeah, Frontier. Like, no one's saying Frontier because it's not a very good response, but there's stuff in Frontier that's harder than anything the main series is ever going to have. I don't think multiplayer should be a measure of which difficulty is measured. That's just adding in more subjective factors to it. The whole thing is subjective? Yeah, the whole thing is subjective, especially the conversation where people are like, well, this one's more difficult to me, this one's more difficult to me, blah, blah, blah. It's definitely something where it's like, there's not an easy way of comparing those fights unless you actually were experiencing all three and were able to objectively cite the differences between the three. You can't compare solo Iceborne to solo for you? Why is that? Why is that? The difficulty scaled in Iceborne? I think that just means that game is easier, and so Fatalis in Iceborne solo is easier. Like, I get, like, if you do multiplayer, there's more HP there, but you're also in multiplayer, so it's a completely random subset of difficulty depending on if you have 3 banger friends or 3 bozo friends. Like, if I go into Iceborne and I solo through the whole thing and it's easier because I'm solo, like, then it's easier. Or 2 banger friends and 1 bozo friend, exactly. That's not to say solo Fatalis is easier. No, it's just not comparable. I'm memeing a little bit because I think that that's a funny difference. But again, like I said, I haven't fought any of those monsters, so my opinion matters little. I think, honestly, there's legit no way of saying what fight is the most difficult in this series. There are cases to be made where you can point at a monster's moveset and how much damage it does to the average defense and HP. We have the best song on in the background right now. Got me. No, I think that's valid, Marks. I think they're very different difficulty designs. Like, Fatalis definitely seems, from what I've seen, to be like a pretty decent culmination of World Iceborne's fight design in terms of upkeep on the monster, using World's tools, dealing with how fast and reactive its moveset looks to be, like dealing with the sort of scripted fight with going behind the door and everything. Like, it seems like a culmination of that versus a culmination of classic fight designs where it's like, this monster just hits really hard, is really fast, and you get no reprieve, deal with it. Like, have I not played Iceborne? I've played Iceborne, but I didn't play all the way through to the end. Didn't feel like it. Just because there's stuff in the older games that, like, I don't know, Ash and PK, to me it feels like with the older AI designs, it's not default better, but having that style of difficulty and that style of punish fits with slower weapon movesets and slower player actions. And there's still, like, the nuance to the AI in the older games isn't just like, okay, I have to turn punish, and there is some turn punishing. There's a lot of turn punishing. But there's a lot of stuff in the AI in the old games that's tough too. Yeah, it's more like this fits with how slow the combat used to be, whereas in the new games, the fluid and fast animations in AI fit more with the new weapons and their speed. Yeah, it is really hard to compare. The one could even posit that they're basically different different gameplay designs. Yep, it is really difficult to nail down AI in terms of description in these games. When I say AI, I mean the monster's patterns and what they do on average to punish the player. Every monster head turns to the same AI no matter who you fight, and people are trying to... I mean, that's just subjective, like, that's just objectively wrong. There is not every monster that has a head turn. Every monster turns, because every monster turns in, like, 360 degrees in the game, but not every monster has head turns that you punish in the games as a primary way of dealing damage to them. I think it's pretty reductive. That's like saying that every monster in World and Iceborne is just, you just iframe it. You just iframe all their moves. That's all it is. That's all it is. You just iframe every one of them because you can iframe things so easily in that game. That's how reductive that is to me, at least. How am I feeling so far in relation to Portable Third? Too early to tell. Can't believe Wrist likes Portable Third more than 3U. It's too soon for me to tell. They don't feel particularly comparable yet, but it's also been like a while since I played through Portable Third's Low Rank Village, so I don't know. Yeah, I think the best way that I can summarize how I feel about, like, old games difficulty versus new games difficulty is that they generally do feel tuned to the games that they're in. The speed and challenge of monsters in the old games seems to fit where they're at in terms of the series, where things is really slow and really janky in first and second generation, and it feels like it fits with that pretty well. Third and fourth generation feel more fluid and fast as the weapons get a little more fluid and fast. And then fifth generation feels like it fits its really fast and fluid animations on the monsters, where like all of their movesets knit together in really difficult to learn ways because they're so fast and fluid. Fits the speed and the tools that the weapons have a lot more. I think you're going to have different challenges in those different games, and it's going to be essentially impossible to nail down what is more challenging. There are some things you can compare that are like slightly objective, but even still, some people are going to have an easier time with all of those things or a harder time with all the other things. Wide full burst, Pog. I should have done the Whipping Fire. I feel like perfect runs in a crew request are about the same amount of attainable in both new and old Monster Hunter. Older Monster Hunter, the monsters move more predictably, but I feel like it's harder to actually lock down the fight perfectly with your weapon unless you're playing obscenely safe. Fifth generation, the monsters move a lot less, I don't know, robotically or predictably, but it's a lot easier to lock them down. It's going to be a different thing to attain something perfect, air quotes. With mad resets in both, dude. I think this conversation is getting a little silly, so I'm probably going to go ahead and stop talking about it. I do appreciate the different combat designs in different games, though. Like, I had a load of fun with Rise, and I'm looking forward to having a load of fun in this game, too, even though their combat designs are pretty different from one another. I agree with that, Nefudis. It feels like, depending on the weapon and the setup, there are very few TA runs in 5th gen that feel like it's truly a fight back and forth between the monster and the player. It's usually just the player architecting ways to lock them down, which is like always going to be part of it, right? But it feels like less and less of it is actually the player fighting the monster and more just the player locking the thing down, which to me is not super interesting. Like, it's impressive, but not super interesting. And like I said, there's still, I don't know, there's still ways in 5th gen that TA does end up being an actual fight between the player and the monster, but it's less and less. How many Monster Hunter TAs are there? Like, time attacks? Or do you mean tasks? I think lockdown and scripting is much less now. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that one, Gustotron. Hi, Rosie. This song has summoned you? Well, welcome to the stream. There are some spicy opinions from me and others going back and forth in chat tonight. I don't know anything about Taz, sorry, Marths, but I know there is one for Try. That's about all I know. Why isn't there a freebie night task? I don't know. It's probably something to do with the tools being there or not being there, and someone wanting to invest the time into architecting it or not. I think we should talk about 3rd generation Monster Hunter. I think we should talk about 3rd generation Monster Hunter and how I hope that Monster Hunter 6 has designs like 3rd generation has designs. 3rd generation's armor designs and weapon designs feels like the last time, or not maybe not the last time, but it feels like a generation where just the whole thing had vibrant, new, interesting designs. World has some of that, to be honest with you. But I'm curious to see when there'll be another generation that has designs so unique across the board. There are some assets being reused, but not as many as a lot of other games in the series. Like both Portable 3rd and this game, that's something I'm impressed about from both of those games, is the designs, both in terms of monster designs and in terms of, like, mainly armor and weapons is what I'm talking about, feel really unique. Rise ends were better than 3rd gen for you creatively, like with the armor and weapons. The last good Monster Hunter gen, that's not what I said. I think that this game, that's something that just strikes me in this game. It's like, even for you, which has neat armor designs too, like, I don't think there's a single Monster Hunter game that doesn't have neat designs. It's just like, 3rd gen sticks out to me as having slightly more that are like brand new and unique and very cohesive altogether. That's what I mean. It feels like a lot of games have like some new stuff, but then some old stuff too, and that's fun. But this game feels unique in that. And Portable 3rd feels unique in that. Rosie, I don't think I saw how you said you were. I'm sorry. Like I said, we have spicy opinions going back and forth, so I'm trying to read and play. It's a little tough. Well, I hope Rosie's doing well. How am I doing? I had a long day today, so I'm a little tired, but I'm pretty okay. You're talking about old fans complaining that modern Monster Hunter is too easy. We had opinions from both ways. We had that the old AI is dumb, and we had that the new AI is easy. We had all kinds of opinions going back and forth. I don't think our chat is the place to get those frustrations out. Go talk with someone who's speedrun. Go talk with somebody who's a speedrunner across all the games, like a Cantor X, and see how they feel. Talk with them. Ask their opinion. They've spent, Lord knows, they've spent enough time grinding all the monsters in multiple different generations of Monster Hunter to be able to provide like a pretty biased, or like a pretty, like, I don't know, decent take. I'm not that person. I've played some old Monster Hunter and some new Monster Hunter, but probably not in the way that's necessary to give you the sorts of opinions that you want from those. Ooh, look at Olympic Swimmer. Look at Olympic Swimmer. That's fast. Nice, Namitori. That's awesome. That's a great talisman. Congrats. Hello, Kazuki. This week felt like it would never end. This week's been... I don't know how this week's been for me. Is it 60 frames per second fast? It feels like it. Yeah. Now turn on 60 frames per second. See how much faster it goes with that. I remember reading an essay from a Cantor X on why 18 rig is too hard. I mean, like, if you don't agree with a Cantor X, then find someone who you think does have a good set of, like, I don't know, positions to speak to about the series. Go ask Steve Shepard. Go ask somebody else who, like Kanta. Go ask somebody who's played lots of the different games at a high level and see what their opinion is. And then compare it to how you feel and kind of decide what things you agree with and what you don't, based on your own experiences. Usually, at least, even if you don't agree with somebody else's opinion, still listening to it will give you ways to better describe how you feel about yours. Those are good people, Marth. They just don't, like, they're not super visible is all. So that's why I said the people who I said. Oops. What's Molten Tiger's weak to? Water, if I remember correctly. Got him. Clearly we need Mazirian's opinions. Dude, Nefudis, unironically, I would still listen to Maze's opinions on Monster Hunter if he was still around. I still go back and listen to his video essays sometimes. Not to agree with it, but just because it's so interesting to hear similar conversations to what we're having right now, having been said over a decade ago now. It's like there's nothing new under the sun, dude. Like, Rise and Iceborne are faster than 3rd gen, but 3rd gen was faster than Freedom and Free Unite, so we're having the same freaking conversations. Chat, I promise to you, I will not make a video essay called Why Monster Hunter Sucks Now. What's the playlist tonight? We're listening to Monster Hunter Doses soundtrack. No dose essay? That's a good video, but eh. We make a video with a thumbnail claiming portable third over Monster Hunter Rise. I will make a video claiming that Portable 3rd and Monster Hunter Rise are nothing alike. Me too, Bio. Was Maze just a PlayStation fanboy salty that Monster Hunter wasn't on Sony consoles anymore? No, he didn't talk about consoles at all. There were a lot of people on GameFAQs who were like that. Mazirian might have felt that way, but no, they talked some objective differences between 2nd and 3rd gen. I wish he'd released more stuff about World and 5th gen Hyper Ray. I would have been really intrigued to see how he handled stuff. He had good taste in music. He did play through World, yeah, but he didn't release much in terms of what he thought of it. Not that he has to, it's just like I would have appreciated that. Mazirian is how I discovered Duel. That's amazing. Alright, we went out, we did an expedition because I wasn't sure what I wanted to hunt next. I think you remember a video of him talking about his feelings. He released like one video after playing the beta, but I don't think there was one. There might have been one later one about the World in general, but I forget. Okay, let's see. I think at this point we've got most of the armor I want. We don't really need to make bone armor. We could for Horn, but I don't think we really need to at this point. So let's see here. What weapons do I still want to make? We should check a few weapons off of our list. We've made some. Okay. We made the Ludroth Greatsword. Let's see, what else did we make? I made the frickin' Chainslaughter Greatsword. Or Longsword, rather. We made the Peko Sword and Shield. I want to make the Baggy Sword and Shield, not the Jaggy Sword and Shield. Ludroth, Roggy, Gobble. I already have Baggy on there. Let me take that off then. Let's see here. Kurapeko Heavy Bowgun. I haven't decided what bowguns I want yet, actually. Peko Hammer we've got. I don't know if we can upgrade it or not. Baroth Hammer. I don't think we can make Gobble Lance yet. We gotta make a Switch Axe. We don't have any good Switch Axe right now. I have like 4 Switch Axes on here, which is something. We made the Roggy Bow. That's good. Kurapeko Heavy Bowgun. Hang on. I haven't looked through the... I haven't looked through the bowguns yet to decide what I want to make. We made the Ludroth Light Bowgun. So we made a few weapons. I don't know that I want to make all of these right now. There's so many on here, but we can make some. Definitely want to make the... I think I want to make the Baroth Switch Axe. Martz, you spend too much time in YouTube comments, dude. It's not a healthy place to be. Okay, so the Assault Axe. The Assault Axe is an upgrade off of the Bone Switch Axe. Don't read them much anymore. That's good. I feel like YouTube comments are, I don't know, some of the worst places on the planet. Bone Smasher. We need a killer beetle. Well, let's go find us a killer beetle, huh? Yeah, I think it's easy to fall into that, Hyper Ray. I think a lot of people go online, and without even realizing it, they go places with the intention just of yelling their opinion out into the void without actually talking through why the other person feels the way they do, or examining why they feel the way they do. And I think it's a really sad way to be. Like, even here, when I'm kind of like, at least feeling slightly differently from some other people in chat, it's like I'm still going to sit there and go, okay, I want to try and think about what it is about what we're talking about that makes them feel the way they do. And trying to pay attention to that, I think, feels good to me. I know you were joking around, Hyper Ray. It's a dumb longsword. This longsword's cool. It's not my katana, though. Good for you, Schmo. Yeah, if you give me an option between a katana and a chainsaw sword, I'll take the katana every day. This ain't for me. What are you doing, Sabonia? Where are the bugs, man? There are no bugs gathering spots. Are we listening to the whole soundtrack again? No, there's just this long of a soundtrack. What's up, Digit Artist? I think killer beetles are from the Sandy Plains Flooded Forest. Oh, well then I shouldn't be here, should I? This longsword clashes a lot with this armor. We had a katana before. I'll look on Kariniko in just a second, Precious Stones. Me too, Vio. Emphasis on think, sir. Haven't played through you in close to a decade. I get what you mean, Precious Stones. The last couple nights I've been like, I haven't fought a hyper monster in 5 years. I was like, oh, I've been playing Monster Hunter for 5 years. Yeah, Vio, I'm with you. I think that they should probably experiment with recovery mechanics like Wirefall. Like, they should probably think about deeply if they should keep recovery mechanics like Wirefall, super move mechanics like Silk Binds, switch skills with that kind of thing going forward, but open maps where you can climb around the whole map and ways to traverse them, like traverse them quickly and comfortably, makes it feel so good to explore those maps. Yeah, Palamutes aren't the same unless you want to make Palamutes like grapple up a wall, and I think that would still feel worse. Being able to move around in the air and kind of like hang like that, I don't know, it's not realistic, but man, it feels so good in 3D space like that. Alright, I'm looking up killer beetles. I'm finding it very difficult to multitask with chat tonight. I apologize. Low rank Flooded Forest. Good memory, Precious Stones. Low rank Tundra as well. Good memory. We really just have a thing bad chat tonight, don't we? I mean, like, not everybody, but there's a lot of just opinion. There's lots of just opinions just going out like, I don't like this thing. Okay. Let's talk about it. Let's make it interesting. Let's not just say, this is bad. Two, 4, 7, 10 for the killer beetles here. You said Chain Slaughter bad? I said why. I said I don't like its design as much. That's all. Yeah, this song is so good, dude. I'm gonna turn it up. Two, 4, 7, 10. Me too, Gustotron. I really like switch skills quite a bit. Why do you dislike the implementation of switch skills? I think the balancing of switch skills could be better, but I actually really like how you can mix and match just different parts of your moveset. To me, that feels a lot like you're able to tailor it a little bit more to your own personal preferences rather than just having predefined styles like in GU. The entire video game industry is missing this song, Marks. If every game had this song, would it be a better game industry? Probably. Balancing out, but the name switch skills is the idea that swapping them should give similar results in terms of utility or damage. Some are just upgrades. I gotcha. Sure. Yeah, I get that. Not all of them are created equally. Some of them are just this but better. Some of them are truly different. Some of them are truly like less advantageous in many situations. I think that's maybe the balancing that's pretty off on them, personally. But I do like how you can mix and match to fit your taste. It's like, yo, if I think Longsword's too strong, I can just give it a downgrade and take out the broken move. I don't particularly mind that. I think that they probably should just be more balanced in general. Yeah, being able to swap movesets is pretty incredible. Like, I can say that I like Rise and Rise Longsword so much more because I can just chuck Sword and Kick into the trash bin and I don't have to use it. If I had to use it, I can say that I would probably like that game in Longsword a lot less. Y'all know or heard of the Marvel pinball that involves Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet? I don't know much about Marvel and I don't know anything about pinball, but it sounds like it'd probably be cool and like flashy. I mean, I guess in terms of balancing Fog, I agree with you, but I think that the switch skills in Rise still feel nicer to choose between than the styles in Frontier. The styles in Frontier really did feel quite distinctly different from one another. Not in terms of them being useful, like Extreme was clearly the best, but they did feel very different to use. I think that Rise's switch skills are nice because they're in between, like they're very much in between not having styles and having just bits of styles where you can kind of just customize the movesets and have each combination feel just a gradient of different. It's not like either or between like aerial and regular. You can kind of just pick and choose different moves, and I think that's really neat. I like that a lot. The balance is just really rough right now. I think I agree with you on that, about the balancing and the switch kills being kind of tough. I think we got a killer beetle there. I actually didn't pay that much attention. We did. Assault Axe. Assault Axe Plus. There we go. Sweet. I want to try out this weapon on something. I think I'm gonna go try this out on Baroth. Baroth took us a while to kill with our last switch axe, so coming back here with a newer, better switch axe will be interesting to see how we feel. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate you. I appreciate that folks are here and talking about things. I think it's kind of tough sometimes, especially on the internet, to talk about things in a way that's actually not just complaining. I think we do a pretty good job most nights. I think we're doing okay tonight. I vaguely heard about that fog. I don't understand the details of it. Yeah, let's go hunt Baroth. Because I need more Baroth materials for like his hammer and stuff. We're making a lot of Baroth things. Yeah, I'm okay with that, Marks. I'm okay with the switch kills not really feeling like styles, at least me personally. I'm okay with that, Fish. Nice, Dejarius, congrats. How long did you have to play to beat the score? Like, how long does someone have to play in a pinball session to get a high score like that? Like Metsu Shorigeki over Round Force, Gustatron, or over a Windmill on Sword and Shield. Like, you can argue that the Windmill is easier to use because it gives you more iframes, but Metsu still negates damage and does a ton more in return. Stuff like that, where it's just like a straight up, like, you should probably use the second one and not the first one. Yeah, Feral Demon mode versus normal Demon mode. Mm-hmm. wonder if we're gonna get paras or not. The poison file switch actually had gave us like 0 poisons. Whoops. Right, there's no roll in the upswing in this game. I don't think that Archdemon should necessarily be stronger than Demon Mode. Is that Assault Axe? It's Assault Axe Plus. This is only in Rise contacts? Okay, never mind then. Ow. Got just scooped by that tailspin. Feels good being in our global set. I say as I get parried. Interesting. Interesting little interaction there. Getting both mudded and knocking him over at the same time. Yeah, FPS said they were lurking and working on some work. You have a big question for me? We'll see if I'm going to answer it. Let's go ahead. There's been a lot of large discussions tonight. Where do you think of the true midpoint of the Monster Hunter series lies? The closest point to a 50-50 split of everything? Gameplay, mood, music, you name it. It's probably in 3rd generation. In Portable 3rd or 3U. For me, probably Portable 3rd, but I haven't played through all 3U yet, so. Bonk, bonk. We have a lot more defense now. How much defense do we have? 135. Wow, that's up from like 80. That's pretty nice. That's almost double. Oh, I walked right into it. I want a para. How much para is even on this thing? Look. Probably not much. the finisher. We're doing a lot better though in terms of damage. This switch axe definitely holds its own more than our previous Arzuros one. This would be a decent option for now. Does that mean you would group 4 in with the new games? Mm-hmm. Yep. I think 4 has a lot of aspects that call back to the older games, which is neat. But I think it has just as many things that feel like them starting to move towards some of the faster reactive gameplay that we've got now. And so to me, it's past the midpoint. We got a para! Wow! Hell yeah! I mean, a single para in the entire fight, but I don't know. We got one. Better than 0 poisons? Yeah. I like our new set. I'm glad we're using the global set. It's cool. This is a nice theme, Fish Kebab. I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks, Schmo. That sounds neat, Digiartist. Congrats. I'm so glad that every Monster Hunter has something unique to experience. Even if it's like one that I have a hard time enjoying, like FPS, or like FPS, like Freedom. Even if it's one that I have a hard time enjoying, like Freedom. I was looking at FPS's name there. I'm glad that they're all unique and they're all different. I'm sorry, FPS. Fuck. I'm glad that they're all unique. That was on purpose. It wasn't, I swear. It wasn't, I swear. It is not time to bully FPS. You stop. You stop that. I'm glad that they're all something different. And they're all gonna have different balances, and everyone's gonna have one that they prefer over the other. And like, I'm glad they're so interesting and different. Imagine if it was basically just the same thing over and over. We would get bored of that. We would. Even if I think like a lot of us would be like, yo, I'm down for just like my favorite entry, or insert favorite entry here times a million. You got trolled last stream with your favorite game, one of your favorite monsters, and your favorite weapons, all on your least favorite style, and it was cool. It was cool. I'm not even saying it's bad 26. It's just not the game I want to be playing right now, is all. Hello, Deucey. Welcome. I hope you're well tonight. Okay, the Chain Slaughter has 120 in green. The Ragi sword does 120 with 20 poison and green. That's 2 poison. The baggy one has 130 with a tiny bit of green and 1.2 para. Wait, no, I have it showing true values, don't I? I do. Oh, okay, never mind, we're good. I was trying to divide this, and I was like, wait, that has 1 thunder on it? That doesn't make any sense. Whoops. 20 thunder, 20 poison's not bad at all. We should probably make the Ragi sword. Does anybody talk about dose? I feel like there are not many people who have the experience to talk about dose. People do, but I mean, like, there aren't that many people who've actually played it. Or like, there's also some people on YouTube who very much like Monster Hunter Dose and have a really nice long video essay that talk about Dose's existential differences from the rest of the series. Shep will soon. He has to do hub for his next challenge, including Yama. I thought he was just playing Free Knight Nefudis. I'm glad Shepard's going and experiencing those old games and showing them to people. It makes me really happy. It makes me really happy. There we go. That's much better than a freaking chainsaw. We like Mr. 3-hour dose video on this stream. I don't agree with everything they say in that video, but I think that video is pretty cool. Well, you got just the chainsaw? It's just not for me. It's not like I think it's an actually bad weapon. It's a good weapon for this point in the game. It's just I don't like the look of it. Don't like the cut of its jib. Okay. So we've got a good greatsword. We've got a good longsword. What's our good sword and shield going to be? We don't have one right now. I think it's going to be the baggy sword and shield. Let's see where we're at with that. Monster Hunter Dose Guy sparks discussion and attempts to understand Monster Hunter on a mechanical level, and that is invaluable to the community in terms of spurring quality discussions. It is FPS. I've been slightly disappointed with their videos since then, because they've very much got, like, I think they received a lot of mixed opinions on that video, and understandably so. Like, people are gonna agree or disagree with them, but I think it's made them bitter, and all of their videos since then have been, like, super bitter, which is a bummer, and I feel for them. But that video is really, really good. Oh, we just need Zenny, and we can make the baggy sword and shield. Let's get some Zenny. There was a Japanese channel streaming Dose? Nice. I'm glad you've enjoyed all the ones you've gotten to, Dragon on Fire. I wish I could still say the same. Someday I want to go be a freedom enjoyer. Someday I really want to, but it's not right now. I can make the Azitaka. Oh no. I just made my baggy sword and shield though, now I have to replace it. It's okay, Fog. Don't worry about. You can safely not worry about Marth's opinions on. This is so mean. Marth really doesn't like Rise, Rathalos, or Kushala because they don't feel like the older versions of those monsters. When literally everybody hates the old versions of those monsters. I was gonna say that you don't have to worry about their opinions, but that's just mean, so I won't say that. But you should know that they don't like Rise Kushala and Rise Rathalos because they think they don't feel like the old ones, and everybody else is like, sweet, they don't feel like the old ones anymore. I can understand it if we I feel like just disliking it and saying it's bad because it's not the same is not good. I think it's not a good way of saying it. I think that, I mean, I think you can, never mind. I was going to say I wanted to hear like actual comparisons between them, but then Mark's put actual comparisons between them in the chat. I lost what I was thinking. I apologize. I feel like I am struggling to facilitate conversation tonight, and I apologize. I'm not torturing Mars with another copy pasta quote. All right, we have good dual blades. We should make a good hammer. What good hammer do we need? Versus Rathalos was paced so you can actually fight it in the air. Yeah, we wouldn't want people to actually fight it in the air. We want them to use Flash Spam forever and ever, Marks. That's much better. All right, let me see if we're making the ice hammer or the Baroth hammer here. You're talking about Dread King, you're saying it's a good thing? What is a good thing? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I'm confused. Like I said, I'm doing, I feel like, I wouldn't say phenomenally poor, but at least partially poor job of facilitating conversation tonight, and I apologize to you guys. I think on some nights I would be doing a little bit better about keeping the conversation. I don't know. Decent. All right, the frozen hammer is 130 with some ice. I just wanted to come out of the shell for a bit and trash Marks. No, when they say stuff like Dread King over Riselos, I feel like I have to jump in and be like, but they hate these monsters in Rise when everyone else likes them. I have to like give that context because I think it's important to know that. When they say something like that. All right, the Numbing Bird is 120 with 14 para. How is the Baroth hammer? We have the Baroth hammer on here. We are actually going to make the Baroth hammer. It's 140 with green and only negative 5% affinity. What's it an upgrade off of? It's an upgrade off of the Ludroth Bone Mace. Okay, so Bone into Ludroth into Baroth. That's quote 100. Hot Pocket, are you okay if I quote you right there? Alright, we did it. That's quote 100. Enjoy. I feel like that one might get some use. Just a guess. Hype quote. I think it's pretty good. I think that's a good quote. Marks, if you wanted me to remove that quote at any point, you could tell me and I would, and it would be okay. Alright. We gotta go hunt something. Tonight's been great. Tonight's been a mess. We need Zenny. What do we do to get Zenny? Let's go mining. Let's go mining to get some Zenny. All you want is quote 36? Is that the missing one? Wait. I'm just trying to collect up some weapons, folks. I don't know what quote 36 was. I can't remember. There is at least once or twice where someone was like I accidentally I made a quote, or this happened like once or twice. I made a quote and somebody was like, I don't want that quote of me, and I was like, okay, and I got rid of it. And now I just make sure I ask before I quote folks. I think it only happened maybe once. I don't think it took more than that for me to go, I don't want to do that again. We have so many opinions in chat tonight. Like, we have opinions on any normal night, but so many. I'm just here to like enjoy third generation, man. I'm just here to collect up some cute looking designs, fight some cool monsters that haven't come back since then. Enjoy a quick refreshing dip in Moga's Sea, or Moga Lake, whatever it is. Why don't you like Lagombi, Nami Moose? I feel like folks are just like throwing out random opinions in the chat. They're like negative just on purpose now. Lagombi is boring, there you said. I think they could do more with it, but I think it's also supposed to be a pretty early monster. Like, it's in the same tier as Ludroth is in this game. I think it's less interesting to fight than Ludroth. You just hate Lagombi. It's ugly and not fun and meh. Okay. Where did I go wrong, Chad? I do think, Ido, that we won't see anything that's designed after the old design philosophies and mechanics, but I don't think that necessarily means the newer ones aren't Monster Hunter. I understand somebody wanting to feel like that, or somebody feeling like that, but that's not how I feel about it. I think while the challenges are different and are usually faster and more reactive, there are still interesting fights and fight designs to be had in the newer games. I like Arzuros more than Lagombi, I think, personally, but I think I like them both okay. Oh god, Mark, stop. Don't even complete that sentence. This music is evocative. I need one more bloodstone. I'm with you, Beast 2. I think it feels different, but I understand what you mean. Naming moves, people are allowed to think differently than you. People are allowed to have different opinions. I feel like people like doubled down on Thing Bad chat. Like, I don't like Behemoth either, but I'm not just gonna sit there and be like, Thing Bad. Hot take, you lost your car keys. Thank you, 26. I appreciate your hot take. Whoa, thank you, Cha-Cha. It's not up to date ones. I think that their fight designs in that game are pretty poor FPS. Who's telling you to shut up, or who are you telling to shut up, 26? Who's bothering you? Probably everyone. What, if we does? I'm not personally appreciating that everyone in chat is just like spitting out their takes, but yeah. I think it's, especially when it's like no one's really been putting any effort into like actually having a discussion. 26, everyone's just feeling like they want to throw out their takes, which I understand. Like sometimes it feels good to throw out takes like that, but it doesn't make for good discussion. Doesn't make for good chat. It's not how we want things to be here. I need small golden fish. It's not that IRB good yet. I think people are positing opinions right now, not to like actually have a discussion, but just because they want to put out their opinions, which is like, there are places to do that on the internet. I don't think the stream chat is a great place to do that. I need some small golden fish. I'm making some decorations to go with our new bowgun set, which is combo plus decorations. That way, if we do actually get it to any combining for files or for files or ammunition, it'll help us get the maximum combination out of there. I think most people are just doing it because we're having fun with hot takes. I gotcha. I don't think that that's particularly something I want to encourage in chat. I don't really think that it makes for a good environment, personally. I know it's fun, but legitimately, I feel like that just a chat full of people spouting off hot takes and people going, yes, and people going, no, is like not particularly a good place to be. What is that thing? That's a weird looking fish. Oops. So when did fish bite 5 times? I don't know. Yeah, what is that fish? It looks pretty weird, doesn't it? It's like a jellyfish looking thing. Oh, dang it. I suck. Here, let me watch this screen. Let me focus in on catching that weird fish. Hello, Moss. Welcome. I'm sorry Dreg King has been bothering you, Fish Kebab. There's another one. There's 2 of those weird looking fish. What are those? I want to find out what they are. They're so weird looking. Yeah, 5 bites is kind of crazy, isn't it? There we go, small golden fish. I need 4 of those. Okay, we get to find out what this thing is. Armorfish morsel. An everyday commodity. These fish breed near Moga's shores, must be traded in bulk. Interesting. I've never seen that model anywhere else in the series. I guess it makes sense because the commodities are also unique to this game. I'm excited to try Dread King someday, fish kebab. I am. Had a feeling it was a commodity? Yeah. 3's got some weird stuff. Yeah, playing GU a couple times recently has made me really looking forward to trying that game someday. Even though we did 2 high rank hypers and we did them really poorly, it still made me really look forward to hunting that game, or hunting in that game rather. Gosh darn it, 5 bites is something. I think it's more than just that FPS, but yeah. All right. Can you get your opinion on a gaming community take? Maybe. Feel free and ask. The fish biting 5 times probably explains why the fish bobbing was so insane during the bear spin. Yeah. Gaming bad. No gamers. That's a... There you go. There's my hot take for the night. No gamers. That's all you're gonna get out of me. I feel bad because there's this video essay channel on YouTube that's like pretty professional, like decently high production value. They talk about a lot of really obscure games. Like they make video essays talking about like SOCOM or like, I don't know, just a bunch of weird games that like you don't normally hear discussed very often, right? And their channel name is Gamers. And so it'll just be like this like long video essay about like a series or about an old game that people don't talk about very much. And they'll just start up and the startup of this video is just like Gamers. It's like, oh no, why would you name your brand that? Like, ugh, it's such a bummer. It's like your videos are pretty good. Why would you name your channel Gamers? Like, it's funny. Across multiple franchises, you've heard a similar sentiment echoed. The take is, X game is good game, but it's not a good blank game. Do you think this can be true? That's an interesting question. Can something be a good game without being a good game for its series? Yeah. I think that, I mean, like, there are a couple ways to take that. You can take that, like, this is a good game, but it doesn't live up to the rest of the franchise. You can take it as a, this is a good game, but it doesn't fit with what I expect for this series. Not in terms of quality, but in terms of, like, this isn't what I look for in this series, feature-wise or gameplay-wise. I think that in terms of, I think like feeling that way is fine. I think trying to define what a series is really silly. A series only is what it is in the moment. Like Monster Hunter right now is a fast-paced reactive combat game with open worlds and really neat designs and monsters. Like that's what it is right now. And that's different than what the series was back when 2nd Gen came out and they released Dose, which was like a simulator, like more of a simulator game. or when they released 3rd gen, and it was like, it's just the only, like, you can't, there's no real way to define what a series is as a whole, because it's always changing. I think trying to fit something into that structure is really silly. But you can say that something is different than what you were expecting, or it doesn't fit with what you were expecting for the series. It's just trying to define it, that's really silly. Especially if it's coming from the same, like, team. Like, all the Monster Hunter games are coming from Monster Hunter teams. If there was some random game that, like, if there was some random game that a third party made for it, you could be like, okay, that doesn't really feel much like Monster Hunter in a lot of ways. And, like, maybe you'd be valid. But, I mean, if it was released by Capcom as part of the main series, then it would technically be part of the Monster Hunter series. Has the Tetris series really changed? Yeah. Yeah. Massively. Playing classic Tetris and modern Tetris is, like, maybe more different than playing classic and modern Monster Hunter. I know that sounds insane, but essentially in classic Tetris, you have one piece coming down and you have to decide on its way down where it's going to go and orient it before it hits the bottom. Once it hits the bottom, it's locked, you're screwed. In modern Tetris, you can see multiple pieces ahead of time. The pieces coming down, you can rotate it into multiple slots on the board before it locks into place. You have a lot more wiggle room in terms of fitting things in at high speeds, and you have the ability to swap with one other piece at all times. So your options for what you're going to do and where you're going to put the piece are hugely different than old Tetris. They're basically different games at this point. Like modern Tetris, like you're still fitting blocks together, but you're like quickly swapping things back and forth and rotating things around the board to fit into different slots, where classic Tetris, it's like you have this one piece, you best figure out where to put it right now, and you have no options. It's like your options are figure out what is the least losing place to put this piece. If it's like not the piece you needed, it's like, okay, where do I put this where I can recover from it? Not for how can I swap this around or move this around to deal with the situation. Really different. I mean, that's really the only way to define it, Martz, is like Monster Hunter games are made by, or are whatever Capcom releases under the Monster Hunter series. Anything else is going to be subjective to the person who's making that call, at which point, I mean, it's a subjective opinion, they can back it up, but like, it's not going to have any sway in terms of like, oh man, Spirit Tracks, now that's not a Zelda game. That's a Zelda game. They released it. It might not have what you're looking for, but it's a Zelda game. Same with Breath of the Wild. Like, some people would say that's not a real Zelda game because it doesn't have what they're looking for out of a Zelda game in it, but it's definitely still a Zelda game, and it's definitely going to define the series going forward, whether you like it or not. Yeah, the randomization FPS is really rough. Playing modern versions of classic Tetris are really nice, and that like the modern randomization, like the 7-bag randomization, but with classic Tetris rule set is fun. Wasn't really being sarcastic. No, I got you, Marth. I didn't read your question as disingenuous. All right, we got the golden fish. That's okay, Beastu. Also, I'm not sure, Beastu, if you were being serious about the Tetris question, but I wanted to elaborate anyways, because it's something I've had on my mind for a while. I know people don't really think Tetris has changed much, but it's very, very different. And if you just looked at like a gameplay video of old Tetris versus new Tetris, you definitely see the difference. Yay! We have our decorations for our gunning set now. Let's do that. Let's put that together. All right. Set decorations. Here we go. Combo Pro, Marathon Runner, Heat Cancel. Not like amazing for light bowgun or heavy bowgun. It'll definitely help with bow, I think. Yeah, it'll help with bow. And it'll be more decent defense for our other gunner weapons. I got you, B2. That's all good. You're all good. I think it's hard to find a single gaming franchise or gaming series that hasn't changed a lot. What does the oxygen skill do? Probably just boosts how long you can stay underwater. Here, let me find out. Skills that affect the speed at which your oxygen gauge depletes while swimming. Endless oxygen or short of breath are the two versions of it. Love that -10 swinging skill name. It's pretty funny. This game is blessed in terms of localization. It's really good. Blessed like DOS OST. There's a whistle blowing in the background. I can hear it too. It's like really faint. It's like... Maybe it's not right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is a tough thing to balance Hot Pocket, where like I think players think a lot of the time that they'd like games to stay the same, or they want their game to just be the same game they enjoy forever, but I think even players that feel like that would need some kind of variation. I haven't played enough Zelda recently to really engage in a meaningful discussion about Zelda discourse. But I will say that, like, I know Breath of the Wild, it does feel like not like a Zelda game in the same way some people like a Zelda game to feel, because it's missing a lot of things about, at least it's missing some things about the world and some things about the dungeon design and fight design of the bosses that, like, maybe the fight design of the bosses, but especially the dungeons. The main thing is the dungeons that people are missing, which is interesting. Here we go. Here's a good theme. I'm with you there, Marks. Here's the take I can agree with you with. When two monsters are there, that's absolutely a different kind of gaming experience, a different kind of challenge design, different kind of experience, and just splitting them up, like dung bombing them away or using the fence gate, is basically just kind of avoiding that new gameplay experience altogether. Gaming experience. I'm a pretty, like, I don't think everybody will enjoy it, but I really like that style of combat design. Gaming. No gaming. Where is my great Jackie? Oh, there he is. I don't think I disagree with you more than I disagree with you, Marks, but like it's rare that I'll go, there's a certified Marks take that I'm gonna jump in and co-opt. Is what I think I would say. Yeah, some of those quests FPS are not going to be good combinations, but I think that there is a certain kind of difficulty there that's at least worth experimenting with. No, it's not what I mean, Ice-T. I think that Marth has lots of regular conversations that like we don't have to disagree or agree on. It's just like some of their takes I don't agree on, and some of them I do. I think if me and Marth compared all the things that we agree on or disagree on, there would be a lot of agreement. But we don't always. We're not like I'm not here to like sit here and go, what is the like checklist of me and Marth in our agreement and disagreement? Like that's not why I'm here. I gotcha, Ice-T. Okay. Marth just said that they thought that I disagreed with them more than agreed with them, and I don't know if that's true. It doesn't really matter. Dose Rajang's gotta be crazy. Ice-T, I hope you're well today. We've had a chat full of a lot of opinions tonight. I just don't think that that's true, Marks. Like, I don't feel like you and I disagree about most things. I think you ask questions I think you often will ask me questions from a position of you thinking differently about something than me, and so obviously that brings that up. But you're comfy if tired. That's kind of how I'm feeling tonight too. I'm tired out from today, but I'm happy I get to play Monster Hunter. I really like Monster Hunter, huh? It's okay. I am interested to see how this game's blows feels. I've heard a lot about it. Heard a lot about 3rd gen blows. We're so broke, dude. Any more great baggy claws. I'm gonna let you guys pick my weapon for a great baggy. I haven't done that many weapon raffles tonight because I've just kind of been blowing through quests to get the weapons crafted, but go ahead and let you pick what I use for the next quest. Give me a second here and I'll let you guys pick what I'm up to next. Okay. If you want to pick my weapon for Great Baggy, then go ahead and type exclamation mark ticket in the chat. Missed when this was the 3U stream. Chat gets like this sometimes 26. It's okay. We'll be back to normal in a day or two, I think. Someday I'll be able to relate to the conversations happening in chat. Someday when we get to GU and play those tough matchups. Use the problem. Where's Rise? I thought about playing Rise tonight because apparently there's some tough events that are coming to that game in the future. Some of the events got data mined. I'm not going to talk about what they are exactly. Marth, you'll like one of them. A lot. You'll like it a lot. But the one that came out yesterday with Apex Los and Apex Rathian together sounds pretty tough. I'd like to try that sometime. Sounds like we're finally getting some of the tough, like, boosted monsters that we've been looking forward to. Talking about Rise, are you doing Sunbreak on release? Yeah, we'll play Sunbreak on release, I think. Games on release, I don't know. They feel really different to play. There were a lot of tensions last year when we were playing through Rise. Tensions about spoilers, tensions about people getting the game early. I was able to get it like a couple hours early, but it felt kind of weird, and we had a lot of technical difficulties. And then along the way, it was like people were like a lot of our friends who are normally here in chat experiencing the playthroughs with us and like helping us learn weren't here because they were worried about spoilers or they were off playing the game on their own. I feel like I massively enjoy playing games after release way more than playing them when they're new, but we'll probably still do it because it's exciting and new. I don't know. I just don't think I'd have the self-control to wait and like play it after everyone else had played it, I guess. That makes sense. But I feel kind of mixed about it. This theme is awesome, though. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and say last call for that Great Baggy quest. We'll probably have to do them a few times, so if you want to pick my weapon for Great Baggy, go ahead and type exclamation mark ticket in the chat. Look at our box. Our box is getting more full of weapons. It feels good. Got a couple long swords, we got a couple sword and shields. We have a dual blade. Oh, I never finished making that hammer, did I? I got too broke. We need Zenny, man. Auto-sorted box. I can't manually sort it. I've tried once and I immediately auto-wrote it. I like muscle memory sort my box way too often. I don't know, Marths. I do not know. What's up, Fog? 26, what would you like me to use for some Great Baggy hunts? We'll probably do it a few times. Manual inventory is needed in this game? Why? Like, seriously? Why? Use Lance? Okay. It's a mess auto sort, especially with how much stuff is in this game. How is it any different than any other game auto sorted? Also, yeah, welcome Hamslayer. I hope you're well tonight. You don't want to scroll several pages in your endgame auto sort to equip a full set. That's why you have equipment sets. I'm confused by you guys sometimes. You only have like 3 pages? Yeah, well, I mean, like, if you were sitting here and this was your only game and you were making sets on sets on sets, you'd have problems. Like, you'd have to use, like, a note or something to keep track of them, which is a bummer, but not gonna waste one of those slots on a full set. I don't know. I'm okay with auto sorting stuff. How's it going, Max? It's been a pretty nice night. We're working on collecting up some weapons, so we have at least 1 or 2 decent choices for each weapon in the game right now. Chat is having a real one tonight. Chat, how would you describe how you're doing tonight? Nice, amazing. You're doing cat on belly. That sounds nice. Pretty good. You don't know the pain. Okay. I don't back up my sets with custom firmware though, Marks. I don't do that. Shiny hunting pain. Crab. I like the descriptor crab for how you're doing today. Thank you for that. Your only defense for the way you do your inventory is it works for you. You get displaced with auto sort, but only for weapons. Like, I don't mind people manually sorting it. I don't think I could ever do it. I compulsively do this. And so I would take all this time to organize it and then just do this once and would be screwed. So like, it sounds satisfying. Like, I get how satisfying it is to organize everything in there. I don't have the time, and I would auto sort it so often. I still would have matched at it, Ice-T. Like, hundreds of hours in, I still would have matched at it, I think. We need a better lance than this. Only for armor pieces? Interesting. Everyone's got a little bit of a different setup for that. Like, I mean, I guess what it would come down to is, would you guys like to watch me manage my box on stream for like hours over the months? Because I'm not doing that off stream. I wouldn't be, like, I don't play games off stream, so it would all happen here on stream with you guys watching. Fog says yes. I'm not going to do it either way, but I want you guys to understand, it would be like you guys would watch every single bit of it. Watching your organization process would be interesting. All right, well, I appreciate that you guys would be down to watch that, but I'm still not doing it. That's what we're talking about, Max, is I auto sort my weapons and armor and other people don't. That's fair. That's fair for Scott. That was about the item box? No, I think we're talking about the equipment box. I don't think people do. Is there anyone who manually sorts their item box? That sounds like a lot of work too. We're just listening to the whole Monster Hunter Dose Ninja Frog soundtrack. Nufu just mentioned having nightmares about auto-sorting their Frontier box. In Frontier, I bet you can't just like log off and save scum. Like, oh man, don't save, I'll just reset it back. Like, no, in Frontier, if you messed it up, I think it'd be just messed up. It's all server side. That would really be rough. At least in the classic games here, if you manually sort it and then mess it up, you can save scum and reload. That's terrifying enough. I think I like Rise's soundtrack overall. I think the area themes are pretty cool. The village themes are nice. I don't always like prefer every single one of its monster remixes, but I'm okay with them in the context of that game's cohesive musical like identity. And I really like some of the final boss themes with the serpents and the final boss in that game. I think they're really good. That's interesting, Martz. Yeah, the sail theme is a bummer, for sure. Especially, I wish you could get rid of it. Yeah, we need a new lance. This one has not much sharpness. It's not even just that, like, I think if like the whole village had a sail day theme, it would be okay, but it's that it, like, fades in on top of the other music. It's bad. That's not how that should work. That's a poor decision musically. Like, it's proximity based to the market, or like to the NPC. You can just turn off the music. You can turn off all music, but you can't just turn off the sail day music. Rise doesn't have enough comfy village music. I think it's pretty good. I don't feel the same way, but I got you, Slit Sampler. I can understand someone feeling that way. You bought extra tracks? Yeah, and the extra tracks are really nice. I think if I had to listen to the base Kimura and base Gathering Hub theme and nothing else, I probably would get a little bit sick of them for sure. I can understand that. Even in the base game though, you can change up your village themes to something else. There's not loads of different comfy village themes. That's true. If you only had the base village themes and no like remixes or anything, it would be a bummer. I can acknowledge that. Okay, we need 3 more great baggy claws. Whoops. Oh man, we're in the barbecue themes.
Hi.
What was that? That's the man barbecue spit. Dose has... Here comes the woman barbecue spit, I bet. Dose has regular... regular man barbecue and... Or, sorry. Regular man, woman, and feline barbecue spits, I think? They're just different versions. There's probably a feline barbecue spit we're going to listen to next, I think. I believe they were functionally the same. Ice-T can feel free and correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think they were functionally the same. They just had different sounds.
Hi.
They actually made potentially better meat. Gotcha. And here's one other good song. Dose really out here trying to make menial chores better by making them different MP3s attached. That's pretty good design. This song is insane. I like that it gets faster and faster too. We've got our hammer. Yeah. Oh, we even cancel out its negative affinity with this set. That feels really cool. Okay, so at this point, let's see. We have a good greatsword. We have several good longswords. I'm looking to upgrade this into the Great Baggy Sword and Shield. I'm looking to upgrade this into the Global Sword and Shield. What are we gonna do with Lance? I guess we could upgrade that into the Knight Lance, huh? How do we get the Baggy Lance? That's something I want. Let me look it up. There's no weapon raffle going on right now. I'm probably going to use this hammer on something. Want to try it out. Okay, we could make Knight Lance right now, which is on our way to Rampart and Babel Spear, so we'll probably make that upgrade. That's fine. We need more Zenny for it. To make Azure Crest, we need to make the Iron, the Thane Lance. Okay, so it goes Thane Lance and then Azure Crest. We just need Zenny. Okay, well let's go hunt another Baggy with this hammer. We should probably do an expedition soon as well. We're low on points. Funky Feeling gives you Splatoon vibes. It does sound like that, doesn't it? Similar instrumentation choices. Totally sounds like Splatoon. Dude, YouTube knows what's up. It knows it's that time of the night. It's time for the Monster Hunter Jazz. This hammer's really cool. I've never actually used or made Baroth weapons. Tonight we've made 2 of them. Here's a good question. What's up, FPS? Monster Hunter Jazz or Jazz Swing, folks? I like them both. I think I like Monster Hunter the Jazz a little better than Jazz Swing. Monster Hunter the Jazz has so many different tones to it across the album, where Swing Jazz is kind of more one note. They're both great, though. Here's a tough question. Oops. Oh. Cha-cha. Fine. That's like the worst time that could have happened. Favorite orchestra concert year? I don't have one. I've listened to the fifth year one most often, but I haven't listened to the rest frequently enough to really have opinions on them. You're talking about the golf swing on the double tailspin? Was lucky to hit. I thought that might have happened. Whoops. I love how third generation our character looks right now. Like, this is just super third gen looking. I know that we're in global armor, which is only in this game, but I really like how our character looks. We got the third gen Baroth hammer. We got the global armor. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good in this game right now. I know we're just hunting low-rank village monsters, but it's fun to collect stuff. I don't know if it low-profiled the tail whip or if it just super armored through Marks. But it was a fun little sequence. I was happy it worked out. That's gifable. Baroth hammer crit? Yeah, dude. That was our plan all along, is to make the global armor so we could use Baroth weapons. Wasn't actually our plan all along. You saw your HP? Well then, I got very lucky, Marks. I like Viper Toby a lot. Cha-cha! I don't think Viper Toby has sleep, but it does have poison and para. It'd be hype if it had sleep. No! Too far away. Josh, how you suck. There we go. It's stressful not knowing when the quest is going to end because the victory music isn't on. I appreciate you, FPS. Alright. I think we might do one more Great Baggy, and then we'll go ahead and do an expedition, I think, and call it good. Yeah, one more Great Baggy. This poor horn, man. This is the best horn we can get, and it's so bad. Let me see if we can upgrade this thing. I think we can't, but man, I wish we could. No, we can't upgrade it yet. Oh, man. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom. When I get back, we're gonna go ahead and hunt Great Baggy one more time, and then we'll do an expedition where you guys get to pick what I use to cool down with. See you guys in just a minute, okay? Thank you for being here. See you guys soon. We're back. What you guys talking about while I was gone? Hi, Digit Artist. How you guys doing? I'm really enjoying this game so far. I'm excited to get to more monsters. I think probably once we have one decent weapon per armor class or per weapon class, I'm gonna go ahead and take on the Lagiacrus Urgent soon. My streams are exhausting. Sorry. Sorry if on this particular night I'm not giving you guys good things to talk about. You're gonna love 3U progression? I think so. It sounds like, at least between Village and Hub, it sounds like it's got some pretty weird and varied progression. Feels better than 4U progression. 4U's progression was my favorite thing about it, so I'll see. Like, to me, pacing is 4U's one of 4U's biggest strengths. Each rank feels substantially different than one another to progress through in a really nice way. Like different keys, different challenges, different monsters. No, I didn't think you were serious, Marks. You put a Kappa, you're good. I am sorry if like just doing the same early village monsters isn't the most entertaining thing to watch or anything. Hopefully it's at least cozy. Even if it's not giving you guys any in-depth, like, stream topical discussions to have. There's one thing in G-Rank that might ruin the way you play the game, but not sure if you want to mention it. I'd prefer if you didn't yet. We'll see when we get there. Whoops, that was supposed to be a backslam. Thank you for the health boost, Cha-Cha. I think when they say, oh, our music paused. I think when they say ruin the way I play the game max, they're probably talking about collecting up a lot of gear all at once. Maybe needing some kind of crazy rare drop from a single obnoxious monster or something would do something like that. There we go, Jazz. The bagpipe noises. It's the best horn we've got right now, and it's still not very good. Yeah, YouTube pauses every once in a while and asks if we're still listening. Yeah, that would be my guess on what Fog was referencing, Max, but I don't necessarily need to know what it is yet. We'll get there someday. can see Hunting Horn's exhaust working as intended. Ugh. Thank you, Cha-Cha. Look at how they bound around. That's really cool. The way they move around in these games is really neat. The baggy and jaggy, the way they bounce around, it's funny. Wow, that lasting hitbox on the Super Pound. Holy crap. There we go. I was about to say, where's the crest fake, dude? I've been hitting the head the whole time. Harsaru, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it a lot. Cheers. I hope you're enjoying the streams. Cheers. I hope what we do on this stream is entertaining and informative, and at least a fun way to experience someone playing through Monster Hunter. Even on nights where there maybe isn't lots to talk about when we get up to shenanigans in chat. Oh, I backslammed directly into it. Thank you, Cha-Cha. I got you, Marths. Cha-Cha's asleep too. No! Right, I was about to say you're not seeing enough Q-tabs. Did they call them Q-tabs back in 3rd gen? After I finish streaming, you should check out the Simpsons remixes. I have never watched the Simpsons, so I won't really get much of the references or anything. Didn't really grow up with much TV. I think Q-tabs is specifically like a grifted Hunting Horn base world thing. Maybe an Amadeus thing, I don't know. I watch any Saturday morning cartoons. Not a lot of them. Cha-Cha's being walled out by the baggie. Get me, Cha-Cha. Help! You jerk! Saturday morning cartoons. Not really. When do you get Kayamba? I think it's High Rank Village. Glad it's a happy song for you, FPS. Oops. This one's your favorite? I'm not gonna play any Simpsons remixes, I'm sorry. Like I said, I haven't seen The Simpsons, so I'm not really gonna get any of them. This is what you do when you're up past 2 a.m. You do you, man. Did I ever play Roller Coaster Tycoon? I think I played it at a friend's house. I didn't really have much TV or video games growing up. My first console that was like mine was like a DS and then a Wii. But before that, I got to play video games at friends' houses. We also played Zoo Tycoon. Zoo Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoon, I remember. And Battlefield 2. Or Battlefront? No, Battlefield 2 on their PC. Age of Empires? Maybe a little bit. They had a lot of those games. I feel like those are just called like... I guess Zoo Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoon are like simulator games, but... They had some strategy games like Age of Empires too, yeah. Do I like RTS? I haven't played any of those games recently enough to know if I like them. But yeah, I've played a few RTS, like casually over the years. Probably Age of Empires 2 growing up, and then there was one on iOS. When I first had like an iPod Touch, there was one on iOS. What was it called? It's on the tip of my tongue. Rip the iPod Touch, yeah. It's like on the tip of my tongue. It was a weird, like... I feel like it was like an open source game, or at least a small indie game. What was it called? Just old iOS RTS games. Alright, we got the claw we needed. That's good. What was it called? Now RTS games are like Clash of Clans and stuff. That's like, that makes me feel really old. That like all the newest RTS games are like Clash of Clans ripoffs. That's what passes for RTS these days. I'm like really stuck on what this game was called. What was it called, dude? (2010) RTS iOS games. You just derailed the stream. It's like it's stuck in my head now. Like I have to remember it. It's like it feels like it's like right there on the edge of my brain. The top 5 best real-time strategy games on mobile 2010. Oh no, these are like These are like feature phone games. Okay. Who was writing, who was writing this article? Top 5 best real-time strategy games for like feature phones in frickin' 2010. This was 4 years after the iPhone came out. But this dude was writing this. Oi. I'm sorry I derailed this so hard. Here, I'll run a weapon raffle while we're doing this. You guys get to pick my weapon for a cooldown expedition. There we go. If you want to pick my weapon for that, go ahead and type !ticket while I try and find this game. I'm never gonna find this, am I? Like, trying to think about how many RTS games have come out for freaking iOS since 2010. It's like, oh god. I would recognize if I saw the name, I think. I'm just scrolling through a giant list of like RTS games now. What was the game like? It was like it was a really basic RTS game, and I think it was released on multiple platforms. It seemed like it was a pretty small budget, from what I remember, but it was like one of the only actual RTS games because it was back before mobile was like a dedicated platform that people really developed for. So it was kind of scuffed. It had like a campaign, and it was a full-on RTS. You could move units around, that kind of thing. Returns. It was a turn-based RTS, but like, I can't for the life of me remember the name. Can't be a game by the title of Rusted Warfare? No. It was like Kingdoms of something, which I know is like a generic name now, but at the time it was like not super generic. I don't know. I don't think it was Kingdoms of anything, but like it had like a weird, obscure name that I'm definitely gonna recognize as soon as I see it, if I see it on here. Turn-based RTS? Yeah. Oh, well. What's the difference between turn-based and RTS? Shows you how many of these I've played. Battle for Westnoth! I found it! The Battle for Westnoth. It is open source. I was right. It's an open source turn-based strategy game. There we go. Turn-based is what we needed to think of. Play it or riot. See what I mean though? Like kind of scuffed. Westnoth is a cult classic. I played this on my iPod Touch in like 2010. I'm glad I drew somebody out of chat. Politifar knows what it is. Looks familiar. Yeah, I think it's been around a while now. I'm so happy. Like, you ever have something get stuck in your brain like that? So like, look, it's got like little tiles and stuff. Battle for Westnoth's iOS port. Yeah, there we go. This is how zoomed in it was. Oh god, we got all kinds of ads on this page. Just give me the image, thank you. Yeah, look how zoomed in this was. Alright, anyways, that's enough of that. I'm gonna say last call for that weapon raffle. If you want to pick my weapon for a, you know what? I'm gonna keep that tab open. Maybe I'll download that. If it's open source, maybe there's a Linux port. Maybe I'll put that on my Linux laptop. It is! There is a Linux version. Servers for full. Oh, there's a flat pack of it. Hell yeah! I'm totally installing the flat pack of this later. Neat! What are we fighting? We're doing an expedition. Let me see what the expedition's for. I reinstalled Linux on my laptop a couple weeks ago, Martz. Congrats on your new old game. I'm really pleased with, I'm just pleased I was able to track it down. I don't know, you ever get something that like, it's an old memory and it feels like you can remember some parts of it pretty distinctly, but not the name enough to like track it down, and then you finally do and it feels so good? That's what that was. So far it says there's just a Great Jaggy and a Banabra outbreak. Alright, let's see what I'm gonna use for that. For you it was Commander Keen. You couldn't remember the name Commander Keen? I haven't even played Commander Keen and I know the name. That's funny though. That, but for Flash games, there are some pretty obscure Flash games that nobody can play anymore now. Flash game called Sunny. Battle for Westnoth. I'm totally installing that on my laptop. Cool. Alright, let's see what I'm gonna use here. This has been a weird stream. Nefudis, what would you like me to use for a Great Jaggy and some other stuff? Guardians Crusade on PS1, called Baby's Quest in Japan, an obscure RPG that was kind of Undertale-esque. Interesting. You only know Commander Keen from one game. Now you know it's like way more popular than you thought. I mean, it's made by the creators of Doom. It's made by id Software. Never watched Homestar Runner? I did not watch Homestar Runner. Switch Axe. Let's use our new Switch Axe out there. Thanks, Nefudis. Yeah, that was... So, id has always been like a company that pushed technical boundaries, and that was one of the first games to come out on PCs that had smooth scrolling like Mario. They actually made a prototype of Mario Bros. For PC and showed it to Nintendo, and Nintendo was like, nah, we like our Nintendo, and so they kept it... They ended up turning it into Commander Keen. Also didn't read English back then, so that's fair, Fog. I have clearly spent too much time learning about id Software. where I kind of like quote to you like, oh, this is the history of Commander Keen that I know, having not played Commander Keen. Like, freaking nerd. Didn't have internet until you were like 8 or 9. Our family had a computer. Like one of the earliest games I remember playing is some old DOS games. That's another game where I had to think through I had to like search out some early DOS games I remember playing at some of my earliest video games, like Treasure Math Storm and stuff like that. I'll show you guys Treasure Math Storm in a second. But I don't think I was actually able to like go on the internet by myself until I was like, I don't even know, in like middle school. Wow. Okay. This new Switch Axe is stronger than your old Switch Axe. Yep, that's great Jaggy for you. You hate computers because there's a Scooby-Doo PC game you remember playing when you were a kid that you want to play again, but you have to set up a virtual machine to play it. You should look online. Some old games like that are hosted online in like online web-based emulators. We wouldn't have to actually set up a local VM. You might like that. Do you think 4U movesets would be too much for 3rd gen monsters, like if 4U Switch Axe was in 3U? No, not 4U Switch Axe. Other weapons, yeah. Switch Axe, no. Switch Axe in 3rd gen seems kind of on the simplistic side. Yeah, 3rd gen Switch Axe moveset kind of bums me out. It definitely, like, the complexity comes from choosing the right kind of Switch Axe for each fight, I think, and bringing that along versus the actual moves you use during the fight. There's still good complexity there when switching back and forth between sword and axe, but it's like, sword mode's pretty unga bunga. Oh, bummer, Slit Sampler. Virtual machines have been made a lot more straightforward. What weapon would be too much? CB and IG exempt? Let me think about that. I think some of Hammer's fluidity in 4th gen would probably be a little bit too much for this game. Longsword would probably be a bit overpowered. Probably also if you added wide sweeping slash, it would also be a little bit too much. I don't know. For Westnoth. Dude, it feels so good to like have made that mental link, dredged up that old mental link from like 10 years ago. I don't know. I wonder how much of that is just like satisfying because like now you know the name, and how much of it is satisfying based on the fact that like your brain is happy it made the connection. Dragon Bone piece, huh? This is like pretty cool looking armor for this early in the game. Like, when you think about you could be wearing Jaggy at the same time as this, like, I feel like this looks way cooler than Jaggy. Oh god, Giggies are scary looking, dude. Yeah, let me just say that I'm really glad that Monster Hunter, the series that I like to play, has like not the most obtrusive DRM practices. Like there are worse companies than Monster Hunter or worse situations than Monster Hunter when it comes to playing old games. There's some that are so much worse. Did you ever play Jetpack on DOS or Jetpack on DOS? No, I was not like a really wide-reaching DOS gamer or anything. It was like my family had. I was probably like 4 or something, and my family had like certain edutainment games, like Treasure Math Storm that I'll show you guys towards the end of the stream here is definitely just like a math game. DOS Night? I don't think I'm gonna play any DOS games on stream. Yeah, I remember some early DOS and like edutainment games. And I remember some Disney CD-ROMs that I had. I had a Toy Story CD-ROM and a Lion King CD-ROM and like a Winnie the Pooh CD-ROM that my sister really liked. Somewhere in my parents' house, up until very recently, there was like a whole box fog. I think we've talked about this before. There was like a game on the Lion King CD-ROM where you could like match bugs or something. Like you were like Timon and you were like matching bugs and you get like a score for it. And it gave you the option to like print out your score. I must have done that hundreds of times because there was a box that was just full, like several printer sheaths full of just like Lion King bug matching scores. Like you're a bug master, you're a bug novice, like just ridiculous stuff. Hello, Volcano Burst. My poor parents. This is back when printer ink was like printer ink's already expensive now, but like, oh my god. Didn't about the printing stuff? Yeah. There is no monster near here. The most hilarious way to contribute to deforesting the planet. I was like 4. I didn't know about deforestation. It's bummer because your grandmother made those discs for you full of pirated games. Yo, your grandma sounds sick. Now you can't play some of them. That is a bummer. Carpenter bugs. She brought a printer to print disc art on the burnt DVDs she made for you? That's like really thorough. That's amazing. I don't remember the V-Smile. Is that like an entertainment system? It's like one of those like chunky little like edutainment handheld things. I remember seeing kids have those, but that was like, that was something I didn't have either. Those were fun, J Novice. You wouldn't download a car. If I could, I would, yeah. Sure. Alright, I'll wait around for another minute or two, and if there's not another large monster, we'll just end it. We'll go back. It was an edutainment home console. Oh, man. No, all of my edutainment stuff was on, like, Windows PC. That's cool, Fog. Yeah, I don't see any other large monsters. Well, let's hoof it back to the camp and then we'll call it good. We made some good progress tonight. I have a lot more solid weapon choices now, and we finished our gobble set. And the decorations for our gunner set. Yeah, J Novice, that's I mean, like, that's the biggest driving force of something like that. People won't go out of their way to steal stuff, or at least a lot of people won't go out of their way to steal stuff unless there's like there's just like no good way to buy it or obtain it. Not that that makes it alright or legal, it's just like, people don't generally do those things unless they're forced to, basically. Have you done laggy yet? No, it's our next urgent. After we have like one solid weapon per weapon class, then we'll go ahead and we'll do laggy. And the following keys after that too. I want to show you guys Treasure Math Storm before we go. This is one of the earliest video game memories I have. All right, goodbye, Kokoto. This theme, when I found this fog, just like awakened something in my brain last year when I found this, looking through old DOS edutainment games. Anyways, you'd like go around this like mountain. I feel like the version I played had like even worse graphics than this, maybe. This is clearly the VGA version. I might have had like the CGA version. Think you played this? Isn't it crazy? So you'd like go around this mountain and you'd get snowballs and stuff, and you'd go into like, you could collect stuff in a clubhouse and stuff. Let's see. Let's get to a game. This is the game that I remember best. You'd like, this is how you'd like add stuff up. Like, what weights add up to the 7 weight? You'd click on and she'd like give you like a sparkle. You suck at math. There you go. I mean, misclick. I don't think I ever beat this game. Look at this art. What is this? Oh my god, early DOS games. I don't have memories of many of these, but oh my goodness, these sprites though. Anyways, just a math game, but this is probably I think this is probably the earliest video game I have recollection of. You win! You played this in school? Ooh, if we're talking about games we played in school, I gotta go to bed soon, but... Anybody have recollections of frickin' Bugdom? Dude, this thing was frickin' sick. This was like an early 3D platformer. You don't know this one? That's okay. Do these games have iframes? They probably don't. Hang on. This one gets cursed. What is it? Level like... What's the one with the giant feet? I think it's this one. Yeah, look at this cursed level. Look at this. It's because you're a bug. You don't want to get stepped on. You can roll like Sonic too, except it's better because there's giant feet. I'm like 4 years older than you, but you feel so much younger now. What is this music? This was the music. It looks genuinely well made. I remember this being like super cool. This was like, if you finished your work early in class, you could like ask the teacher if you could go play Bugdom on like the old computer that was there. This is the rowdiest stream. It's a weird one, isn't it? There were some iframes there, yeah. There was like a honey, hang on, there was like a honey lava level that I don't think I ever got past. Was it 3? Oh god, 3 had the bug. Level 3 had the freaking water and the fish. Oh god. You can only like hop a certain number of times. That is just like straight out of Majora's Mask. Even the sound effects, what the hell? Kid Pix, yeah. I remember Kid Pix. Look at that dinky little kick. No, but this level was sick because you got this guy. You got this guy. I don't know what the hell this thing's supposed to be. Look at this thing's face. What is that thing? But you got to ride this thing. It was crazy. This thing controlled like ass. You can see it. You can see with how much it drifts. This thing controlled awfully. Look at this. This level sucked. Was it level 2? No, what was the level with the... Was it 5? Yeah, oh no, it was 6. This was like the honeybee hive. This was like bootleg Mario 64 for like old Macs. Oh god. Oh god, I'm like getting anxiety looking at this. Bugdom 2? There is a Bugdom 2. I don't think I ever really got to play Bugdom 2 though. It like, the character for Bugdom 2 was like scuffed. This game got a sequel? Yeah. This is like the DreamWorks Mario 64. It looks even worse. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Hang on, oh god. You played this, Navudis?
Hi, Skip. I'm Sam the Snail, and I seem to have lost my shell. If you can find it for me, I'll give you the key to the gate.
What's the story of this game? I have no idea. Man.
Thanks for finding my shell, Skip. Here's the key I promised. Howdy, Skip.
What year did this game come out?
Wait for it.
It's a game. Oh, it's on the app. No. 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 You can buy it for $3. They ported it to iOS. No. You can play on your Apple TV. Stream when? We're not streaming Bugdom. Oh god, touchscreen controls on top of like a game this old. How old is this game? This game came out in 2002. I was 6. Oh god. Ideas from the Deep. What did they make? What else did they make? They must have gone under after And they didn't make many. I feel like I've heard their name before. Wait, no, Ideas from the Deep. Wait a second. This company turned into id. It all leads back to id. I remembered that part. Ideas from the Deep was founded by John Romero, and then later on, they got together with John Carmack and made Doom and Commander Keen and like Wolfenstein. But this is the company that predated id. And they made Bugdom instead of Quake. I'm not joking. That's crazy. In 2005, Ideas from the Deep contacted the FBI, accusing Take-Two Interactive of selling illegal copies of Bugdom under the Global Star brand. Wow. You refuse to believe that turned into Doom. I mean, that game, Bugdom, clearly came after Doom. But this company was founded by John Romero, and then, I mean, I guess he turned into id, not this company, but that's why I remember the name. That's really nuts. What are we looking at right now? We're looking at old video games. From like old obscure video games from like your childhood. I'm locked into, I have to? Okay, hang on. When did it come out? Bugdom came out in 2002. Or I guess Bugdom 2 came out in 2002. Came out for Mac OS 9. All right, anyways, I don't have anything more to say about that. When am I gonna play Spider-Man 2 on stream or not? This Kid Pix belongs to Susie. Where's the song? Why is there no sound? There's the sound. I remember using this in school too. There was like a song. Kid Pix song. Oh, God. That's better than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, this is better than I thought it was going to be. Wow! Enter your name here, toothpaste. Hang on, what version of Kid Pix was that? 3? Kid Pix Deluxe 3. You finally found something you remember? What the? That is a great WoW. It really is. Oh man, we get the boot up too. Can that be a redeem? The WoW? We'll see. Oh no, I've turned into something I didn't want to. We're now a reaction streamer. I guess if you're going to be a reaction streamer, this is like the most cursed thing you could possibly react to, right? I think this is good enough to watch again. I like that robot a lot. Grab your wacky brush. Wow. That is pretty good. Epic Gamer Kid 06. I really am just a shitty reaction YouTuber, aren't I? Here's this UI, if you haven't seen this before. This is what they had on, like, the school computers. You would make beautiful art such as this. You have to pause the video every 5 seconds and give commentary. These sound effects were what made this fun. I remember those rabbits. Dude, the rabbits were sick.
My bad.
Dude. Some of those undo noises are sick. Is this 60 frames per second? Probably. Yeah, I guess so. Well, yeah, clearly FPS. I think, honestly, programs like these weren't designed to be creative tools. They were just designed to get kids using a mouse and keyboard and, like, understanding how graphical user interfaces worked, and it certainly does that. You've got different tools to select. You've got undos and redos and save and everything. That's what this is designed for, more so than art. This is back when you used to have to do that, when that was like a concern. Like, oh, will our children want to use the computers? It's like, yeah, they probably will. This is art, what do you mean? This is hypnotizing? It's kind of weird seeing it just devolve, isn't it? All right, one more. One more.
Let's race to the ice cream store. Pick which character you'd like to be. Now
That doesn't
click
sound
on
anything-
the stoplight to pick card.
Click on your flavor now. Okay, coming right up. Here's your ice cream. Taste it.
How old is this? Ugh. That's really cursed.
I'm glad you enjoyed that.
Pizza chip, shoelace, bumpy road, moose something, frog chip, banana slug, eggshell, toenail crunch.
Come again.
Do you want to play again? Okay, let's play again. Let's race. Now click on the card.
What's this? It's gotta be bumpy
Taste
road.
it.
Where's toenail crunch?
I'm glad you enjoyed that.
I remember this one. I do. I remember having this one.
I'm glad you enjoyed that. Come again.
I think we have to. I feel like Toenail Crunch is what this stream has to end on, right?
Here's your ice cream.
What's that one? Shh.
Taste it.
What was this teaching?
I'm glad you enjoyed.
Let's play again.
What were these teaching?
Let's race to the ice.
Okay, what was the actual
Oh.
game?
W.
Oh, it's a
E,
typing game.
R. Flower. Now, I get to go. You pick present. The card says cloud. My turn.
I think you. I think I remember this game because you'd actually take turns with somebody else on the same computer.
Now,
Shoelace.
that's my favorite flavor. Here's your ice cream.
Yum. Okay. Now we need to see Toenail Crunch. Here it is. Oh.
I'm glad you enjoyed that. Come again.
Do you want to play again? Okay.
Okay. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. Well, don't expect to see that stuff on stream very often. And Martha's timed out. All right. This has been a Monster Hunter stream. How old is Arthur? Never heard of it. It's actually, they stopped making it. Oh God, Fog, you derailed me again. First came out in 1996. It came out 3 months before I was born. All right, I'm going to bed. This has been a Monster Hunter and everything else stream. I'm gonna go sleep and go to bed and go to work in the morning and be back tomorrow or something with more Monster Hunter. It's been a good night. It's been a Monster Hunter. It's been a good night. It's been a good night in Monster Hunter. I'm gonna go sleep now. I hope you guys liked the stream. If it was anyone's first time by the stream, don't expect old weird DOS edutainment game stuff very often here, because it's not gonna happen. We have some links in the chat. More Arthur tomorrow? No. Not unless you want to see some more flavors. We have a Twitter and a YouTube, and we have a Discord. Thank you, Game God. Cheers. So if you want to check those out, you're welcome to. This stream was quality. I'm glad you guys liked it. Quality, kinda. Oh dear. We're gonna raid Schmo. Schmo is streaming 3 Ultimate for right now. A glorious 3U Greatsword only run. Enjoy the stream over at Schmo's. I need to go sleep now. Bugdom sub goal. We are not both becoming a reaction streamer and a sub goal streamer in the same night, Fish Kebab. React to full-length anime episodes tomorrow? No. No. I feel dirty anytime we do reaction style stuff like that, where I'm like watching something with you guys. If it's anything except for Monster Hunter stuff, it's just not for me. All right, I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you are. Cheers. Happy hunting. See you guys tomorrow for some more Monster Hunter. Yeah, Monster Hunter.